All right, are we back? Are we back? Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I'll explain what happened in a second. Unbelievable. Give me 1 second, I'll explain everything. Hang on, folks. Hang on, everyone. I got to do one thing real quick. All right. Hang on. We're restart. We just restarted. We just restarted. Got to do one last thing here. Thanks for your patience. One last thing. Okay, so what happened is, it's so stupid. We were doing the previous stream. I noticed after I started the stream we were just doing for like 6 hours, probably like an hour in, I noticed on my computer it said like needs a restart to update or something like that, and I was like, well, I don't want it to restart while I'm streaming. So I literally went in there and I programmed it. It said like, do you want to schedule a restart? So I said, yeah, I'll schedule it for like, Tuesday morning or whatever it was. It was sometime in the distance, 3 days ahead. I scheduled for 3 days ahead. And then all of a sudden, it just restarted. It just said, system needs to restart, and it just shut down everything and restarted. And then by the time it updated itself, I had to restart the whole stream. Just amazing. But I mean, it wasn't like before I started the stream, it was telling me I needed to update. So it's just amazing. I don't know that I've ever had that happen before. It was technical difficulties. So, but we made it back. Hopefully. I update the computers regularly. I don't put it off. But again, it's not like it was waiting to update. It didn't say it needed to update until after I started doing the stream. Jen says it happened to me at work the other day. So anyways, we just started another one. It's okay. Well, hopefully everybody finds the stream. It shouldn't be that hard to find. No, those two shots are actually two different shots. Those are two different cameras from Tyre, Lebanon. Netanyahu is supposed to speak at after 9 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, the cameras right now are almost the same view, but they're different cameras. Just me didn't even know we were streaming. Well, now you know. Now you know. It's not the same video. I mean, just count the number of boxes. Count the number of squares. No, 9 a.m. It says it's 7:42 a.m. right now, Eastern time. He's supposed to speak at 9 or a little after 9 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, by the way, to Toboggan for becoming a new member, and Katya T as well. Also, thanks so much to our moderators who are here. Sabrina is here. Thanks, Sabrina. And Linda Belk and Larry. And over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie on Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley. Thanks to Eve Richards and Marie Goodson Hamilton, our subscribers, and Ronald, Margaret, and Kay, our subscribers over there. Thanks also to our Twitch subscribers like Mattij Lipton, and Drunk Can't Cook, the Metalomaniac, Denveet, our subscriber, Ascertainment, Sedated Rooster, Shaggy Wall Street, Big Ball of Yarn. Thanks for subscribing over on Twitch. Thanks to all of our YouTube members, like our new member Heidi, Katya T. Thanks for the gift membership. Toboggan, Irish Sweetness, Eric Johnson, Kate Hikes, PK Jim, Veronica W, Maisie, DeShark, Cupcake, Pisces, Lou Swinger, Priyavrat Chaudhry. Thanks, Priyavrat, for being here. Dr. McRib, Janet Burnett, DeShark, Turned Off, Green Giant, Lois Cox, Tina Fry, Jeff Buddington, Basic J, All That's Random, Lexi Texi, Mika Way. Thank you. Thanks, Fiery Patriot, for your support. Yes, the last stream, due to a Windows issue, we just restarted my computer. Even though I told it to not restart until I told it to, we had to restart the stream. The Houthis, by the way, have claimed responsibility for the hold on, what's going on? For the missile launched against Israel today, which was shot down. Israel had said that there was a missile launch toward Tel Aviv overnight, probably about 14 hours ago. And so the Houthis in Yemen said they did it. Israel had already said it had come from Yemen, but the Houthis officially took credit for it, as Michael Horowitz said. We've seen the Houthis and Iranian-backed, who are Iranian-backed, and Iranian-backed militias in Iran, sending missiles and drones at Israel, but it's not like a lot of them at this point. Once in a while. Yeah, I mean, if I'm still, I assume I'll still be on the air, and if I am, I'll stream Netanyahu's speech. Assuming I'm still on when he speaks, I'll stream his speech. Yeah, the last red alert was a while ago. Maybe there's been some airstrikes today. The red alerts the last couple of days, there haven't been that many of them compared to before that. I mean, maybe Hezbollah, they might have fewer rockets, or maybe they just don't want to be out there doing this stuff. I mean, maybe they don't want to expose themselves, either people or equipment, by doing it. I'm not sure. With all of this Israeli, I'm sure Israel's doing a lot of surveillance. They have aircraft flying around and all that. 5 hours ago was the last one. I would not be surprised. I have a prediction. My prediction is that they will launch some rockets while Netanyahu is speaking. That is my prediction. My prediction is that they will launch a few rockets while Netanyahu is speaking at the UN. Hey, thank you, Deshark, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Deshark. Thank you. Make sure you thank Deshark if you got a gift membership from Deshark. Just feels like the kind of thing they would do. Launch some rockets while he's speaking. News 13 Israel reports that in Lebanon, in the Baalbek area, there was a vehicle attacked from the air. That's what News 13 says. I don't know who was being attacked in the vehicle. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Thanks also to Jane Ann. Hey, that's so nice of you. Jane Ann just gave 5 people memberships. Thanks, Jane Ann. Make sure you thank Jane Ann if she gave you a membership. Thank you. Very generous of you guys. If you missed it, we did... On the previous stream, we did some hurricane coverage, especially the first half of the stream. Give me 1 sec. Give me just 1 moment here. I'll do something real quick here. Thank you, Russell Bach. Russell Bach, Netanyahu is speaking sometime after 9 a.m. Maybe 9:30 or so, I'm not sure. Sometime after 9 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. Also, thanks, AJ, for the gift membership. So nice. AJ gave 5 people memberships. Thank you, AJ. And thank you to SRUSA54, our new member. And thanks, Marcus Tullius Cicero, for your support. So nice of you. Thanks. And Caleb C. Caleb, wow, that's so nice of you. Thanks for your nice note, Caleb. So kind of you. And your support from Australia. Thanks, Caleb C. Thanks for supporting the channel. Very kind of you. It's been, yeah, there's not like a lot of big news today out of Hezbollah, out of Lebanon and Israel. You know, yesterday we were talking about the ceasefire thing, and I mean, I guess it could still happen, but we're not really hearing much about it right now. I mean, we'll see what Netanyahu says. When does that live camera start? Oh, wow. Hey, that was really generous of you. Thank you so much, SRUSA54. That's so generous of you. Thank you, SRUSA54. That is super nice of you. Very generous of you. Thank you for your support. That's really nice of you. Thanks. Much appreciated. You know, in a few minutes, there's supposed to be a funeral for the Hezbollah commander who Israel killed yesterday. The commander of the aerial forces, I think it was, the drone forces. I hope we don't lose this tire shot. That would be bad. Thank you, Katya T. Airstrikes south of Galilee? No. There's been no airstrikes on Israel. There's been no airstrikes on Israel. There's been some rockets that have launched. I'm not aware of any serious injuries or serious damage from rockets since we've been on the air, because I've been keeping up with it. Thank you, Katya T. I appreciate that. If you mean rockets, I've checked on the rocket alerts when they happen. I mean, this was like 5 hours ago, but I'm not aware of any kind of serious injuries or damage of the ones when we were on, from the ones that we were on, when we were on the air. Thank you, Katya. Thank you also our new members, Pinoy V, and It's Mary. Thank you so much for being members. Thanks, Alan Ditmore, for chatting. Wow. Ricky Ojima from Canada. That is really generous of you, Ricky. So nice of you. Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Ricky Ojima. Very generous of you folks. I really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting Agenda Free TV. I don't see anything on any of the other feeds I'm watching. Several feeds, but nothing on any of them. Again, I do think that if Israel were going to do anything new major, they would wait until Netanyahu gets back. Why two views of the same location? Because this is the location where, of all the locations I have access to, by far, the most stuff has happened here. And sometimes one of the cameras shows something happening that the other one doesn't. That's why we have two different views of this location. Okay, Katya T, you were just asking about for the update. Yeah, that's the update on the alerts from earlier. Thanks, Katya. Again, yes, I will be showing Netanyahu. He is speaking at the UN after 9 Eastern. After 9 Eastern. Newsweek says it'll be between 9:45 and 11. I guess it depends on how long the people before him take to speak. There are two speakers before Netanyahu today. The Prime Minister of Slovenia and the Prime Minister of Pakistan. I do not know how long they will take to make their speeches. They start at 9. I don't know exactly what he'll be talking about. I assume he'll be talking about Gaza, Iran, Hezbollah, those kind of things. That's what I assume. No, I never said he started at 9. I said it would be sometime 9 or later. I don't think I said he started at 9. Weather Channel is showing a house from Cedar Key that looks like it was maybe gutted by flooding. It's a little hard to say. Cedar Key, Florida had huge, I think it had about 10 foot of storm surge. So in the Weather Channel, there's a guy walking around in Cedar Key. Thank you, Aleppo Gambit, for your support. For the gift membership, Aleppo Gambit, thank you. No mandate said a house on stilts fell over there. Stack said Cedar Key had an amazing live video last night. 2 guys. You know, the IDF just posted, they had announced, I think, there was an announcement a couple days ago that the IDF was mobilizing 2 reserve brigades for moving them to the north to be involved in the Hezbollah operation. And they just posted something about it, the IDF. Hey guys, I have a little video here. Movement of IDF reserve forces to the north. These are these reserve forces that they said a couple days ago are moving to the north. This is IDF video for you. It's new video. That's not what I wanted to do. Get ready. Why am I not hearing this? Why is there no sound? Oh, I bet I know. I don't. Hold on. Hold on. You can't see. You can't see. Hold on. Everything's falling apart here. Everything is falling apart. Movement of IDF reserve forces to the north. New video released. But I think there's maybe no sound on it. I think there's no sound on the video. Sorry. No, I have the sound on. Are they moving in to take part in a ground invasion? We don't know. I think the implication is they might. I don't know if the sound is just not working on the video, because I think I have everything turned on correctly. But I'm not hearing anything on the video. Right, so there's that. There's that. Hold on. Oh. Let me see. So the IDF came out with an announcement. They said, the IDF has mobilized 2 reserve brigades for operational missions in the northern arena. As part of the increasing level of readiness in the northern arena, 2 reserve brigades have been mobilized for combat as part of the northern campaign in recent days. After carrying out operational duties along the northern border during the war, the 6th and 228th Reserve Brigades and several additional reserve battalions were mobilized to enable combat efforts to continue to target Hezbollah's military capabilities and create the conditions for residents of northern Israel to return safely to their homes. With the mobilization of the reserve brigades, emergency storage units were opened and logistical equipment and combat gear were distributed to the reserve soldiers by the Technological and Logistics Unit in the Northern Command. I do think part of these announcements about moving troops there and stuff are like a threat to Hezbollah, to maybe try to get Hezbollah to say before Israel launches a ground invasion, okay, all right, you don't have to invade us. We'll stop attacking northern Israel. I don't know that they'll do that, though. But feels like they're kind of making a public showing of preparing for a possible ground invasion. Oh, wow, Van Dan, that's so generous of you. Van Dan, thank you for all of your support. Van Dan, thank you so much. And thanks for shouting out the mods, Van Dan, too. Very nice of Van Dan. Thank you. Oopsie. Is this stuff? Is this? These are two different cameras of tire. Two different cameras. I should say views of tire. If people want, I can switch this other camera to this one. Thank you to new member, message retracted. Hey, thanks also to Bogdan Vaduva. Bogdan Vaduva gave 5 people membership. So nice of you, Bogdan Vaduva. Thank you. Trucker Jim thinks a ground invasion is going to happen. Might as well do a poll. We've asked it before. Will Israel launch a ground invasion of Lebanon? Oh, see, we lost that shot. Now I can't use that shot anymore. I'll have to get the other shot back up. Okay, so that shot I can't use anymore because that one's done for now. For now. There you go. Something happened? Why are they panning over? Why are they panning over? I don't see anything there. I don't really see anything going on. Oh, let me show you what people voted in the poll. On Twitch, people said 63% of people on Twitch thinks Israel will launch a ground invasion of Lebanon. As for YouTube, 78% said yes. I think that's pretty similar to yesterday when we asked. Most of you still think it's going to happen. Now 70% on Twitch. We'll see. We'll see if Netanyahu hints about it at all today in his talk. He'll probably be speaking in around an hour, Netanyahu. I appreciate you voting in the chat, on the polls, on the poll. I have been checking for updates here. Yeah, we're gonna be covering the election when that happens. When the election happens, we will be covering it. No question. No question. All right, you know what I need? Take about 2 minutes here. Oh, something might have happened. Camera moving. Camera moving. Maybe just going back to where it was before. I just need 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back. I'll see you in 2 minutes.
حدا يجي يبوسني يا عم شكل توب اسمع عني وعنك
Thanks for your patience. Netanyahu will be addressing the UN probably in like an hour. So, planning on bringing you that. Oh, by the way, thanks to, I missed it. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Thanks to Malcolm Kumar 88 on Twitch. Oh, I think we got an airstrike. Looks like an airstrike. Looks like an airstrike right there. Look. Airstrike on the tire camera, in the distance, in the hills. Quick thanks to Malcolm Kumar 88 on Twitch for the gift sub. And thank you to Mapple Kotze on Twitch for subscribing. Thank you. And the Metalomaniac as well on Twitch. Thanks so much for subscribing too. So airstrike up there in the hills. Up there in the hills. Or the mountains, I guess. What was struck? I don't know. Some sort of, I assume it's some sort of Hezbollah-related target. Lebanon news channels are reporting some more Israeli airstrikes in some different parts of Lebanon. The last rocket alert was like what, like 6 hours ago? Maybe there's, they might be saving them for when Netanyahu speaks. The last rocket alert was 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago. Tukoi says Lebanon is way bigger than Gaza, and there's no way Israel will bring its troops into the majority of Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Well, what they could do is just try to bring their troops into South Lebanon, because Israel's goal is to move Lebanon back to the border, move Lebanon back from the border. So move Hezbollah back from the Israel-Lebanon border, so that Hezbollah is no longer launching attacks on Israelis living in northern Israel. So the 70,000 or so Israelis who've had to leave northern Israel in the last year because of the Lebanon attack, because of the Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel, Israel wants them to be able to move back, move to their homes again. So they would need to occupy all of Lebanon. But what they might want to do is go in by force and try to get Hezbollah back from the border. Kelpie says likely a buffer zone. Something they could either they could even like set up shop in a buffer zone. I think there'd be huge political difficulties to occupying the south of Lebanon, but who knows? Thanks so much, JCO96, for being a member. For becoming a member. Thanks, JCO. See, here's a little map from the Institute for the Study of War. It's a really good website. They do some military analysis. I'll post a link to the map so you can look at it if you want. But if you look at the map here, what you see is that blue checkered area is the area of I believe that's the mandatory evacuation area there, where people have been by the way, that's about 15 miles. I think all of that's about 45 miles or something. Hold on a second. Oh, no. So you've had tens of thousands of Israelis forcibly evacuated from this area by the border. So Israel wants them to be able to move back. But also, in 2006, at the end of the month-long Israel-Hezbollah war, there was a UN resolution, 1701, that ended that war, which called for Hezbollah to go back above the Litani River. So Israel wants Hezbollah to abide by the 2006 Security Council resolution and go back to behind the Litani River, around 18 miles from the border. So they can't, and that would prevent them from attacking here. Enoch, by forcibly evacuated, I mean there was mandatory evacuation, which some people did not follow along with. Oh, new airstrike. Hold on a second. So some people did not go along with the mandatory evacuation. We were reading an article about it the other day. So forcibly in the sense of it was ordered. Not that they literally picked you up and put you in a truck. Another airstrike in the hills there. Institute for the Study of War also has a map of the airstrikes. Here is the map from Institute for the Study of War. Right there. And you can see the airplane icons are the airstrikes. The red dots are detected fires. So most of the strikes the largest amount of strikes are in southern Lebanon. Also a bunch in the Bekaa Valley. Some even north of Beirut. So Israel wants their people to be able to move back here, and they want Hezbollah to move away to above the Litani River. I'll post a link to this page again. You can get that at Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. What happened? Something else happening? No? David Griffin says the problem with a buffer zone is that it can't be enforced without troops to constantly enforce it. Nope. Hezbollah was established in the 1980s, I believe. Up, the Haifa stream is out for the moment. Washington Post has an article, What to Know About Hezbollah, the group targeted by Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah, formed roughly 40 years ago, is one of the most powerful militant groups in the Middle East and is firmly embedded within Lebanese society. Much more than a militant group, it is a major political force and presence in parliament. Its popularity rooted in a vast array of Hezbollah-run social services, many of which fill gaps in state provision, especially among historically marginalized Shiite majority areas and neighborhoods. Hezbollah is a Shiite Muslim militant organization backed by Iran and based in Lebanon. In 1985, during the Lebanese Civil War, they published a manifesto that listed the destruction of Israel as a key goal in response to Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon. Shiite Muslims, historically a minority group in Lebanon, make up roughly 32% of the country's population. Hezbollah once could have been described as simply a proxy of Iran's Shiite theocracy, but over the years the group has won increasing popular support in Lebanon, especially as Shiite constituents feel marginalized and unsupported by the state. Reports are they may have as many as 50,000 fighters in modern reserve, and a powerful arsenal of up to 150,000 rockets and missiles, although many of those some of those might have gotten destroyed in recent days. However, Hezbollah also provides civil services including school and medical centers, and even museums and construction companies, and it has participated in the Lebanese elections since 1992. Though Hezbollah and its allies lost... Whoa! What am I hearing? What was that? What was that? I just heard something. Was that my phone? I think my phone made an alert. Red alert. Okay. Rocket alert. Hold on. It blared in my ears. I don't think you guys could hear that. It was weird. Let me show you the alert. Oh, I know what happened. Here are the rocket alerts. Oh, hold on. What happened? Did I lose my... It looks like another airstrike up there. It looks like another airstrike up there, by the way. Okay, I don't have... so the alert is in northeastern Israel, east of Kiryat Shimona. 2 in Daphna and She'ar Yeshuv, near the border with Lebanon. That's from the SOFAR interactive map. I don't think I have a shot from up there. Hang on. Where is that one from? Sort of a smaller rocket alert. Hey, thanks to Crocodile 2600 for your support. I really appreciate that, Crocodile 2600. And also Vicky Healy. Happy birthday to Vicky Healy. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to hear about Comet as well. So thoughts with you, and happy birthday to our longtime viewer and supporter Vicky Healy. Hang on a moment. Let me see what information I can get you about the rocket alerts, couple of them in northern Israel. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. So the UN assembly is on, but nobody is speaking yet. Nobody is speaking at the UN yet.
Yes, hi. So we are in Tyre where several airstrikes took place in the surrounding areas, and this is not the first day of the Israeli attack on Lebanon. It's okay. Hello, can you hear me? كأنه راحت البطارية أحلى. وشك صوفية. المفروض ألو. عشان النشرة. صوب وادي سبعين لا مش غارة وعلى الضوء ما عم ببين شيء معنا يا زلمة عم في ضوء.
Yes, there, as Marnie says, there are two speakers before Netanyahu. Two speakers before Netanyahu. Thank you so much to Kits Muse. Thank you, Kits Muse, for your support as a new member. Thank you also, Tukoi. So nice of you, Tukoi. Thanks for your support, Tukoi. Uh-oh. And thanks, Tukoi. And there is no try. There is no try thinks if Israel invades Lebanon, it's a liberation. That's what there is no try thinks. Thanks, there is no try, for your support. I really appreciate that. What's going on now? Camera looking around. Oh, and thanks, Shaf, for the gift memberships, too. Very kind of Shaf. Thank you, Shaf. Shout out to our moderators on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body over there, Ronald Egnor. Thank you. Chromite is on YouTube. Thank you, Chromite. Uh-oh, something happened. Danny James is here. Thanks, Danny, for moderating. Sabrina. Another airstrike, another one. A lot of airstrikes in the hills. We are seeing a lot of airstrikes in those hills, guys. We keep seeing them up there. Keep seeing them. Thanks again, Danny James, Sabrina, Chromite for moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. They keep striking up there. No, 2 people are speaking before Netanyahu. Again, 2 people are speaking before Netanyahu. We won't miss it. Do not worry. I will not miss it. Thank you, Jidan Payne, for becoming a member. Jidan Payne, thank you. See the McDonald's sign there. Netanyahu will speak in a little bit.
شايفيني؟ أنا قدام الكاميرا شايفيني؟ شايفني يا جمال؟ هذيك المنطقة
المنطقة هونيك شو اسمها يا علي؟ هذا الجبل اللي عالي اللي على شو تقريبا كل فوق رامية الحرفة.
Thanks to our new member, Alexander Dubois. Thanks, Alexander Dubois. I appreciate that. I'm going to change the headline.
Yeah, sure.
We will have Netanyahu's speech in a little bit. Two people are speaking before him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start.
They're starting in the UN.
The
But-
13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order.
I'll let you hear this for a second.
The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate.
So,
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia.
okay.
I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
All right. So we're not. So there are two speakers before Netanyahu. That is one of them. And then after him, there's I think the president of Pakistan, and then Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the third speaker. So I'm not going to play the whole Slovenia and Pakistan leader speeches. Usually they try to stick to 15 minutes, a maximum. Maybe he'll speak shorter.
Well, Sami, over the past 24 hours, there's been tens of Israeli airstrikes. In this area where we are, there have been also since this morning at least 10 airstrikes. And a number of people killed. If we extend our coverage of what's been happening in this area towards the eastern sector, in Sheba, there were 9 people killed. Also, there were attacks, Israeli airstrikes towards Bekaa, several airstrikes in Bekaa, and now we're hearing reports of several people being killed in Karak. So, given the fact that this is the 4th day, the extensive Israeli campaign, military campaign, the airstrikes are continuing from one place to another. And now, in my background, maybe we don't see it, but there was a strike just a couple of, at the beginning, maybe at the beginning of the hour, there were a couple of strikes towards probably Aita or Ramya, somewhere there. I mean, it doesn't really appear in the background, but it's there. So the airstrikes continue, the pressure continues, and Hezbollah's launch of rockets also continues. And now, of course, we know of several launches today. One of them was towards the north of Haifa, and Hezbollah claiming responsibility for hitting one of the military bases in the lower Galilee. So the picture is just accumulating day after day. Escalation isn't stopping, and of course, there's no room for the moment to say that this is going to end any soon.
Really quick, I just wanted to show you Governor DeSantis of Florida is giving a press conference about the hurricane. So if I can maybe get that on for you real quick, just a little of that. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Let's see. Volume? No volume. Why is there no volume? Why am I not hearing? Oh, hold on. Why am I not hearing anything? That's weird. I don't understand. I don't understand it. Oh, I know.
Tampa International, St. Pete Clearwater International, Lakeland Linder International, Gainesville Regional. Some flight cancellations or delays are being reported. Just check with your airlines directly on specific flight updates.
I don't know why
Florida Fish and Wildlife has boat teams in Dixie and Taylor counties actively conducting search and rescue. These are basically the ground zero of the storm. An additional team of 72 staff are en route to Taylor, Dixie, and Levy with shallow water boats. Florida Fish and Wildlife has a boat team of 15 going through Franklin and Wakulla counties to assess storm damage. From Hernando to Lee, FWC has 145 local officers that are responding, an additional 15-man airboat team that are coming over to the west coast of Florida from Titusville. They will also have a 16-man Florida State Guard team with them, and they are headed currently to Pinellas County to assist with search and rescue there. Florida Department of Law Enforcement has positioned assets, including aircraft, and is responding for reconnaissance and damage assessments, including all backup satellite and communication systems. Portable towers have been staged for emergency communications, and FDLE staged telecommunications emergency response task forces for responses to ensure continuity of service for the 911 system. Of course, we have Florida Highway Patrol that have been assisting local officials throughout the whole time, and they are deployed and working as necessary. They are also assisting with cut and toss operations, clearing down trees and debris from not just the interstate and state roads, but also assisting with clearing local roads. The Department of Environmental Protection is actively working with local water providers to determine impacts to local water systems, and we do have reports that there are some issues with some of the local water systems. As of this morning, there are 54 healthcare facilities on generator power across the state, 5 hospitals, 26 ALFs, and 17 nursing homes. So this morning, as you're surveying damage, if you do have damage, just please be cautious of downed power lines in your area. Standing water can conceal downed power lines and other hazards, so please do not be walking through those storm waters. Remember to use proper ladder safety. You want to avoid any injuries or deaths as a result of people trying to get on ladders and not doing that appropriately. If you use a generator, again, there's power outages, and 1.2 million. You're going to be added to that 1.1 million that's been restored, I think, relatively quickly because everyone's on it. But there's going to be a time where you don't have power, perhaps. If you use a generator, don't operate it inside your house. Make sure that generator is outside your house, away from windows and doors. Carbon monoxide getting into the house can be lethal if it accumulates indoors. If traffic lights are out in your area, remember to treat that as you would a four-way stop. We don't want to see any traffic accidents as a result of that. Some of those signals are out. They will be brought back online, I think in due time, relatively quickly, but there's going to be a period of time where they may not be operating appropriately, and so treat it as a four-way stop. Remember, be careful using chainsaws. We've had mishaps with chainsaws in the past. I know people, there may be debris, there may be things they want to do around their property, and of course you're entitled to do that, but just know this has been an issue that we have seen in storms past. Please listen to the guidance issued from your state and local officials, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, as well as your local EM officials. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance, now that the storm has passed, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Additionally, the Hope Florida line is active for those who need resources or other assistance after the storm, and it's currently now operating 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. And if you want that, and this will be the Hope van, we're going to have the Hope bus in different parts of the state. This is a place where a lot of these charity groups that come and help, they're going to be plugged in here, and it's a way to kind of get you to some help that you need. Kevin and I will be surveying kind of what all groups are going to be involved, but I mean, you look and see some of the flooding that's happened. We've got groups that do muck and gut. Is Rubicon, are they going to be en route? Probably, yeah. So, Rubicon, great group. They come in, they help you with muck and gut. We have a program where we can bring tools and the supplies so they can use that. So there's a whole host of things. So the Hope line is 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. There's a card where they have the little the little thing you can scan if you want to get on that. They gave that to me 2 days ago, and they're like, you can show this if you want. And I was like, well, is this for pre-storm or post-storm? I'm like, well, mostly post-storm. And I'm like, okay, what are the hours of this? They're like, well, 9 to 5. I'm like, no, I'm not giving out a number 9 to 5. Like, it's got to be open 24. So we made sure to get that number open and operating 24 hours. Now, I think now that the storm's passed, probably most of the stuff's going to be in business hours, but I didn't want to be in a situation someone calls at 8 at night, they have a need, and no one's there. So this has been expanded for 24 hours, and so that Hope line is there for your assistance as well. I just want to thank everybody who midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. were out there rescuing folks. This is not something that's easy. The conditions were still very problematic in many respects up and down the state, and yet we had our folks respond, and we said that this would be what would happen, because that's just kind of what we do here in Florida, but yet a lot of folks that made a big difference. While many people across the country were sound asleep, you had these folks that were out there putting themselves on the line and helping their fellow Floridians. So thank you for that. Okay, Kevin?
Good morning, everyone. Governor, again, thank you for your steadfast leadership and support all the way through the night as we were working all night long to help the citizens of Florida. Hurricane Helene, as mentioned, has made landfall in the Big Bend region as of last night around 11 p.m. What we're in the process of doing right now, the first 24 hours we focus on search and rescue. Over the next 48 hours, we will add what we call search, secure, and stabilize. So we want to search the area, make sure that we look for life issues, life safety issues. Then we will secure the area to keep things from getting worse, and then obviously stabilize it. So that's what we're focused on over the next 72 hours. As those search and rescue missions happen today and continue, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. I beg you. We literally have over 1,500 search and rescue personnel in the highly impacted areas right now. Do not get in their way. We need you to stay off the roads, get out of our way so that we can go do our jobs. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside or when it is safe to return to your homes for those evacuated. Remember, when you get back home, remember that you take close-up and far-away pictures of any damages and high water marks before you begin any cleanup. The best way to combat a bureaucrat down the road is make sure you do the documentation in the first 24 hours. Make sure you have all of that stuff as you move forward. All right. I know that these are fights with insurance companies and other federal agencies. Just, again, FEMA's going to want all the documentation. So take the pictures now as you get out at first light. If you are beginning the cleanup process, be sure that you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Again, you heard the governor talk about the use of chainsaws, the use of ladders, things like that. Folks, please, I know it's not fashionable, but wear your safety goggles, wear gloves, wear a hard hat. Just please make sure you're being safe if you're out there operating. Those are all preventable deaths and injuries. We can 100% prevent that. If you do not know how to use equipment, if you do not know how to do those heavy lift capabilities, please do not attempt to clean up that material on your own. We will help you. We have nonprofit organizations. You heard the governor speak about Hope Florida this morning. You can go to their website. You can put in the requested assistance that you need. We're the Activate Hope side of Hope Florida, so we are right now trying to get everybody to go to the portal, put in what your issues are. We will start triaging that. We will get people to you. We will be announcing later today the crisis cleanup line being open for cleanup issues. But again, we have people that will help you do that. There's no reason to put yourself in any type of danger. If you're out in the yard, don't cut lines. You're not a resident expert on what is a power line, a cable line, or a fiber optic line. The reason I ask you not to cut those lines is some of our 911 centers across the state run on fiber or cable. If you cut a fiber optic line, you may be cutting communication to a 911 center, even at the residential level. So please do not cut lines. We beg you to do that. Beg you not to do that. Make sure you, when you start taking debris to the roadway, again, I know this is going to sound bureaucratic, but it would really help folks like Jared, the DEP, but separate it. If you can separate the vegetation from the white goods, the appliances and the furniture and stuff like that that's coming out of your house, and also separate the household chemicals that may have spilt, like your bleaches and fertilizers and things like that. If you could separate those into 3 distinct piles, it would certainly help the cleanup process as we get in there and start taking care of those issues. Please make sure that your debris does not block any roadways. Please do not do that. If your power lines are down, again, we've already told you do not go and put stuff at the power lines. Hold off on cleaning the debris until the power lines can get to the power line companies can get to the power lines. They need to have access to that right away. So just hold off on it just a second. Let the power crews get in there and do what they need to do. Then bring that stuff to the right of way road.
Hey, I'm just going to interrupt for a second. So there is one more speaker, and then Netanyahu is next.
Where that you cannot see what's going on the road.
Netanyahu is in one more speaker. I think it's the president of Pakistan who is speaking. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. What's with this? Hold on. I think they like.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Okay, so after the Prime Minister of Pakistan speaks, that is when Netanyahu speaks. Netanyahu is the next speaker at the UN, okay? So we will see Netanyahu speaking. He is the next speaker. I will send you back to the Florida press conference right now. Supposedly.
Nonprofits, it's everybody that you see sitting on that floor behind me, and then extensions to tens of thousands of people out in the field. And last night at 11:30, midnight, they went into action, and as the governor said, saved thousands of lives. And, it's an honor to lead this team through this type of stuff. And I just cannot say thank you enough to the State Emergency Response Team, our partner agencies, our partner nonprofits. They are truly the tip of the spear. So, again, thank you to all.
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Yep. Thank you, Kevin. As you heard from the Governor and Kevin, we've had thousands of people working through the night. We've already begun our damage assessments, and we're pushing into the impacted areas in those rural communities to do cut and toss. We started at 3 a.m. clearing the interstate, I-10, I-75. Those crews worked all the way through the night. And as you heard the governor mention, we're happy to say that I-10 and I-75 are both open. Tampa Bay did experience significant storm surge. You heard the governor talk about the causeways and
hold on.
Skyway Bridge.
Airstrike.
We have crews, FDOT crews and contractors
Airstrike.
out there
Airstrike.
working right
Two
now
airstrikes.
to inspect.
Two
Some
airstrikes.
of the causeways were underwater.
2 airstrikes. Look. Look. We have airstrikes. Wow. There have been a number of airstrikes. In the last several hours, there have been a bunch of airstrikes in those hills there. There have been a bunch of them in those hills. We've seen a big, but this was 2 of them, 2 big ones. Look at that. I don't know exactly where that is. I don't know if that's like, I believe that is close to the Israel border, right there, but I don't know if that's right on the Israel border. But I believe that's close to where Israel is. Tyre is about 10 miles from the border. Wow. So in about 10 minutes, Netanyahu will be speaking live. We will have live Netanyahu at the UN for you. Hold on. Hang on. Again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is speaking right now. Oh, hold on. DeSantis is speaking again a little bit.
A toll, I think, emotionally and mentally as well. So keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. we're going to have a lot of assistance that's going to go down their way. But the reality is that this is something that was very damaging. Now we're really, 12 hours away from, not even that, from when this made landfall. There have been people that have been working really this whole time on these operations. Those operations are going to continue, as Kevin said. We'll be doing more things for stabilization, but we will definitely be focused on making sure everyone's safe, making sure that the roads and the bridges are open, people can get around, and then make sure the power is restored and other services are restored. And we expect to see a lot of progress on that very soon. Okay, yep.
Governor, I know you mentioned the 2 fatalities, and you hope that that number doesn't grow, as we all do, but does it give you any hope that, at least in these initial moments, it is only 2 at the moment?
I mentioned all the rescue operations that were done, somebody had called in, mostly probably 911, and folks go, whether it was local, state, or a combination, and the folks that called were found and were safe and were brought to safety. That is different than, say, Hurricane Ian, where you had some folks that didn't, a lot of people that stayed behind, didn't evacuate, and then you had monster surge, and it was this type of thing where they just couldn't survive it. And so you had, unfortunately, a lot of those missions were going and the people had passed away. So we didn't have that so far. Not saying it can't happen. Not saying when you get into Keaton Beach and some of these areas that you won't see that. It's possible. But I was just glad to hear that these rescue missions have been successful. And these were not easy missions all the time because you're trudging through some hazardous stuff. We had boats out with Fish and Wildlife. We had helicopters out with Florida National Guard. The local first responders were marshaling all their assets to be able to go. So they made a really big difference, and we're pleased that those were successful efforts. But they're ongoing, and there's going to be, as I mentioned, if there was a certain part of the state where there were calls in and they went and they found the folks, brought them to safety, great, but there may be other homes there or other structures that they didn't necessarily get a call from. Well, they're going to go and check those today, and they're going to go to see. And it may be that they find something, hopefully not, but that's where they are. But they were successful in these very quick response. And we always say, if you stay behind, just understand you may not get immediate response if it's very dangerous, because a sheriff or National Guard leader, they're not going to want to send people in if that's going to cause casualties or run the risk of that. But I think what you saw is I think a lot of people did go out in hazardous conditions. I think that they put themselves at risk in order to make sure other people were safe, and that's very admirable.
You mentioned that the early damage was worse than the previous 2 storms combined. We've seen pictures of buildings that survived Adalia and Debbie and are now 2x4s in a parking lot. What's your initial reaction and response, and kind of your message to these people that survive these storms and now go back to nothing?
Well, what I said, just a minute ago about when you get hit by a big storm like Idalia, it's tough. And then to have Debbie come, it's like, well, we're trying to get back on our feet. And when you have a major hurricane, it's not something that just is done in 6 weeks. I mean, there's things you do immediately, of course, but there's a longer term rebuild that happens. And so to have something that was even bigger than those 2 storms cause a lot of damage, I think it is a sense of trauma for the community. I think there's a demoralization, because it's like, okay, we worked all this, and then now we could potentially be worse off than we were even before Idalia. So we're mindful of that, and as I said, we're gonna have support there. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get through it. Really unfortunate the way the track went, from the sense of these communities that have been impacted. Now, the track as it was a little bit, maybe 36 hours ago, had it a little bit west of Tallahassee. That would have been more damage in the capital. I mean, here in the EOC, we had very little, relatively speaking, compared to what I think people were thinking about 24 hours ago. So that's just the way these things go, and this thing went in a direction where it went through a path that had already been trodden with hurricanes. It caused damage in the past, and now this is causing even more damage. So it's tough.
Is the state doing anything differently now to prepare for storms, since this area has been hit 3 times in a row?
Well, I think every time, so our preparations are always, I think that they've improved every time. I think we've had great prep. I think people have acknowledged that. But everything we've done is like, okay, we had a storm. What can you do going forward? I mean, for example, these flood protection devices, you had those in places, like Live Oak, that the downtown always floods, right? So they're like, yeah, the exact same thing happened, 40 years ago, same thing. So they put these devices around the buildings, and the reports are that it was effective. So you learn from some of these things. So yes, there was assets that were available. What about the Taylor? I think they use some of the stuff as well. So yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that. You want to add to that?
To the question about do we get better? We strive to learn something from every single disaster that we have, and get better at it. I want to applaud the governor. When I came on as the deputy director for him, and then on to be the director, he was like, Kevin, we've got to make sure that we're increasing our capability and our capacity. We need to make smart decisions. We made it in purchasing equipment versus renting and leasing equipment. If it's more cost effective to buy it, we buy it. And through this governor, there have been gains at the Florida National Guard, Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Fish and Wildlife, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Just about every public safety, front-facing public safety or infrastructure agency has notice gains from us getting better at what we do, and that's forward thinking. I mean, that to be able to have a governor that leads in that direction, that's forward thinking. So out of this, we will certainly have conversations about, okay, can we be better? Can we be faster to the mission right after the disaster, right in those 2-3 hours after it? Did we effectively respond? Yes, we effectively respond. Can we cut that down to 90 minutes? Can we cut it down to 60 minutes? We're going to be challenging ourselves. All the agency heads have already taught this morning, especially on the public safety side, of how do we get faster? How do we get better at getting those things done? And we'll continue to do that.
So we are going to, of course, continue with the rescue and recovery efforts throughout today. We're also going to be in a position to get a better assessment of the damage that has been left in the wake of this storm. I know that Kevin and his team, as well as Jared, they're working to make sure that there's access for folks to go help down in the areas that were right there, kind of the impact zone of ground zero. We're going to be out in the field surveying some of the damage ourselves in various parts of the state. So this was a large storm in terms of how big it was. Obviously, when you have 140 mile an hour winds, that's very significant. Generated a lot of surge in different parts of the state. I think that's going to subside today, but it's obviously left a lot of damage. It's necessitated a lot of rescue efforts. Those rescue efforts have been successful. We thank everybody who has been involved in that. And, of course, we're going to continue working to make sure that the utilities have what they need to be able to get in and have a strong power restoration. And those efforts are very important as well. Thanks.
All right. Prime Minister Netanyahu is up next at the UN. At the UN, Prime Minister Netanyahu next.
How, Mr. President, we have learned to face our challenges and negotiate the most daunting challenges we have faced. Mr. President, situated at the crossroads of South and Central Asia and the Middle East, we have prioritized geoeconomics and regional connectivity to secure win-win outcomes for our people. The second phase of the landmark China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been successfully launched through the APEX Special Investment Facilitation Council. We are mobilizing investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, minerals, sustainable agriculture, and technology. This will herald a new era of development and modernization in my beloved country. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades, Pakistan has fought terrorism boldly and most successfully. defeating terrorist groups within Pakistan. We have paid a very heavy price. 80,000 of our brave soldiers and civilians have been martyred, including innocent school-going children. And the gory memories of APS school carnage haunt us till date. Our economy has suffered a loss of $150 billion. Unfortunately, today we are again confronted by a new wave of externally financed and sponsored terrorism, especially by the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, and its associates. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, inshallah, by the grace of God, we are determined to eliminate this threat as well through our comprehensive national effort by the name of Azm-e-Istihkam, meaning resolve to promote peace and stability. And we will work collectively with the international community to combat all forms of terrorism and reform the global counterterrorism architecture. Mr. President, Pakistan seeks the earliest possible normalization of the situation in Afghanistan. We join the UN's appeal for $3 billion in humanitarian assistance to the millions of suffering Afghan brothers and sisters. At the same time, we endorse and share the international expectations that the Afghan interim government would respect human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to neutralize all terrorist groups within Afghanistan, especially those responsible for cross-border terrorism against neighboring countries. These include ISIL-K, Daesh, the Al-Qaeda associated TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Majid Brigade, the BLA, and other terrorist groups which unfortunately are seen on Afghan territory. Mr. President, another troubling global development is the escalation of Islamophobia, which is now manifested by frequent desecrations of the Holy Quran, attacks on mosques, negative stereotyping of Muslims, and acts of discrimination and violence against them. The most alarming manifestation of Islamophobia is the Hindu supremacist agenda in India. It aggressively seeks the subjugation of 200 million Muslims and the obliteration of India's Islamic heritage. Pakistan and the OIC will work with the UN Secretary General and a special envoy to implement a plan of action to combat this scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan seeks an immediate end to the tragic conflict in Ukraine and its peaceful resolution in accordance with the UN Charter and international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has a long and proud history of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation with the nation of Africa. We will continue to cooperate with them to counter terrorism and resolve regional conflicts, including through UN peacekeeping and peace building in the region. Finally, Mr. President, as we leave this august hall, we must carry with us a message for our people, that the weak are not voiceless, that the oppressed should not lose hope, that poverty is not preordained, and that Allah Almighty promise of justice and equality in our terrestrial home must be respected. I thank you all, and thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
Right, Netanyahu is next.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Should be now.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Hang on. They cut out the sound for it.
Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight. I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we faced the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the Promised Land, Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression, or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever. But then came the curse of October 7th. Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza burst into Israel in pickup trucks, on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered 1,200 people. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burnt entire families alive, babies, children, parents, grandparents, in scenes reminiscent of the Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 251 people from dozens of different countries, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 who returned alive. I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home too. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime. A music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Kobe Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Salim al-Atrash, whose brother Muhammad, a brave Arab Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered, and who prays for his older brother Eli, who is still held hostage in Gaza. And with us too is Izhar Liftich from Kibbutz Nir Oz, a kibbutz that was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother Yocheved, but his father Oded is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this holy mission is accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza, but it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel, the first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach, and that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries. For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these 2 maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, The terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices. And that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end. And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go. Just imagine, for those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable. It's ridiculous. It didn't happen then. It's not going to happen now. This is why Israel will reject any rule for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today, and others in Israel, deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles that span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years, in the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after the Hamas massacre, on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which had built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords, the millions of Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace, I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people, exports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide, when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity. We helped bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting civilians. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza? The goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives. According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations. Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here, I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door. Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined. Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel. It's always been about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutors rushed to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts the way other democracies are treated is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel. They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with a curse against the blessing, those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves. But I have a message for you. Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense, we now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempests and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright. To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live, now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
All right, that was Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Are they moving on? Let me just make sure. I believe so.
The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amo Motley.
Okay, so Netanyahu basically, he spoke out strongly against Iran, against Hamas, against Hezbollah, and against Mahmoud Abbas. And then he spoke out strongly against the UN, calling it a joke, an anti-Semitic swamp, and a contemptuous farce. So, a forceful speech by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I don't know that we can really let me go back. I want to go back to the I want to just go to the show you the other hold on. Where is it here? Where am I? Here. I'm going to take some of your comments in a second here, but let me just go to this. This is from Tyre, Lebanon. Yes. I don't think we got... I don't remember hearing anything where I was like, oh, that's some new policy announcement about Lebanon. Like I can't, after that speech, I'm not like, oh, a ground invasion is more likely or less likely. So there wasn't actually that much, comparatively speaking, about Lebanon and Hezbollah. A lot of it was not about Lebanon and Hezbollah. Anyways, by the way, let me say a couple thank yous to Fiery Patriot. Thank you so much for your support. PZ Papa Zulu, Walter Beasley, thank you for your support. Oren David, Lisa Holland, Jess W. Extremely generous of you, Jess W. Thank you so much, and thanks for shouting out the mods, Jess, and everybody who shouted out the mods. But thank you, Jess. That's very, very kind of you. Hot Mess, thank you. Also, Talon Rosen, Kaka Silva, PZ Papa Zulu, Jeremy Crypto King, and Harper Ann, Aleppo Gambit. Thank you, and Notorious Rob. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I know we had some different opinions in our chat because I was reading the comments during the speech. Some people really liked it, and some people really didn't like it. So Geov Forum thought it was a great speech, whereas someone else said, Charlie said, only people who have washed their brains would enjoy that speech. So we have lots of different opinions on that speech. Let's see here. Ronnie McDowell says, excellent speech. Alyssa says, he is a dangerous man. Chico says, great speech. We have some different opinions here. Shelley says he definitely didn't indicate a reduction in the fighting. What is my poll going to be? Is my poll going to be, did you like the speech? Is that what you want me to ask for a poll? Did you like the speech? And will that poll be any different than if I had asked you before the speech than after the speech? Can you tell me that? Will there be any difference in the poll? If I had done a poll, will you like the speech? And then if I asked after, did you like the speech? Will there be a single vote of difference between the two? I don't find that interesting of a poll. I think I and you guys can see from the comments what people thought of the speech. Basically, I feel like I mean, again, I feel like it ends up not being about the speech. That's the thing. So I just feel like it ends up becoming a popularity contest, in a sense. So I try to avoid those kind of poll questions. Chappie says, I think people are predisposed to liking or not liking Netanyahu. I mean, I'll say this. I think it was probably what you thought you were going to get. Although, now I haven't listed, maybe he does this every year, for all I know. But it was interesting to me, in addition to attacking Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, and Mahmoud Abbas, he then attacked the UN and said the UN was an anti-Semitic swamp, a joke, and a contemptuous farce. So it's sort of a different part of the speech when he's attacking the UN at the end. Lunar Guardian says he is a polarizing figure. Thank you, Eric Rothman, for your support. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. Anyways, it was very interesting to watch. And he also had the two, I believe he's known maybe for using props at the speech. He had the two signs, the one that said blessing and the one that said curse. We already did the ground invasion poll. Most of you think there's going to be an Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon. We did that poll. We've done it I think we've done it the last 3 broadcasts. Anyways, I will say I was a little surprised that there were no rockets fired during the speech. I thought there might be rockets fired during the speech. Cherry Sour says, doesn't seem like there'll be a ceasefire incoming. I don't know. I mean, I'll ask you guys if you think there's going to be a ceasefire. I don't... Look, I mean, I don't think... The point about a ceasefire is well, all right, I know what you're saying, but Israel has its goals. So, but I think if Hezbollah was to literally say, okay, we'll pull back 18 miles from the border and not attack you anymore, I think Israel will agree to it, but I don't think that's going to happen. Will there be a temporary ceasefire soon? I'll ask that poll question. All right, I'm polling you. Thank you to Jesus UCSB. Thank you, Jesus UCSB. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jesus. Let's shout out our moderators too. I really appreciate our moderators, Danny, James, and Sabrina, and RJ. Oh, hold on. I gotta cut off. What I have extra audio on. So, one of our viewers during the speech said, "You mods have your work to cut out for you this speech." So I really appreciate all the mods' efforts. Thank you, RJ, Sabrina, Danny, James over there on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Over there on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I got that fire in Surly Dev. On Facebook. Thanks for our mods over there. I really appreciate it. I know we've had Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff Mayo, as well. I appreciate that, Jeff Mayo. Thank you. Thanks to MetaGuide. MetaGuide, thank you. MetaGuide says some Arab countries are working with Israel. Terror organizations and radicals hurt all sides. Think about it. That's what MetaGuide says. All right, let me show you what you guys think. I said, will there be a ceasefire soon? A temporary ceasefire soon? Over on YouTube, 94% said no. 94% said no. Over on Twitch, get ready. 95% said no. Wow. People don't think there's going to be a temporary ceasefire. Oh. By the way, Zelensky is meeting with Trump to rally support with Ukraine, for Ukraine. That is happening now, according to CNN. I guess they just made a little appearance with each other. Well, you guys are pessimistic about the ceasefire. Oops, sorry. I messed something up here. There you go. Thank you for voting in the poll. 95 and 94%. Thank you, Atomic A. Oh, yes. Oops. I got to change the headline. Oops. Thank you, Atomic A. All right. Thank you for voting in the poll. All right, maybe we'll stay on a little bit longer. We'll give it a little bit longer and see if anything happens towards the end of the day in Lebanon. So if there's no ceasefire, what does that mean? Does that mean ground invasion eventually? Because Israel says it wants its people to move back to northern Israel. It says it's going to. Hezbollah has to move away from the border. It says Hezbollah's got to stop its attacks on northern Israel. Hezbollah says they're not going to do that. So something's got to give. Something's got to give one way or the other. Most of you think there's going to be a ground invasion because we did a poll earlier. We've seen some airstrikes today on this shot in Tyre, and there's been airstrikes reported in other places in Lebanon today. Thank you to Emma Jane. Yes, as Emma mentioned, the actress Maggie Smith passed away from the from among others the Harry Potter movies and Downton Abbey, I believe it is. So, condolences to her family. She was 89 years old. By the way, there hasn't been a rocket alert in, I want to say, like 8 hours or something, I think. Or was there one sooner? Oh no, it was in the last 8 hours. 2 hours ago, there was like 2 rocket alerts, like 2 places. 2 alerts went off, small one. But that's it for 8 hours. Oh, hey, Janet Burnett, that is so generous of you. Wow, extremely generous of you. Thank you, Janet, so much. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. Janet Burnett. Thank you, Janet. And thank you for shouting out the mods, Janet. Thank you so much. Thanks also, Sick and Tired, for your support of the channel. Thank you, Sick and Tired. Very kind of you. I feel like I see a little smoke there, but I don't know where it's coming from.
صوت 1 2 3 صوت
Checking for updates here. I wonder if like AP has a picture of Netanyahu posted with the signs already. Yes, they do. I knew it. I knew they would. You know, when he was doing this, I was like, he's doing this because he knows they'll take pictures of it. There's your picture. That's why, I think that's why he does it. There is your Netanyahu picture with the sign saying the curse and the blessing. He said his nation will continue degrading Hezbollah until it achieves its goal along the Lebanon border, further dimming hopes for an internationally backed ceasefire to halt the spiral into an all-out regional war, says AP. He said his government will no longer target daily rocket fire from the area. He said, Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for almost a year. Well, I've come here to say enough is enough. Yes, and they did say, AP says Netanyahu, armed with visual aids, as he has been in the past, he likes doing that at the UN. He said he traveled to the United Nations to refute the untruths he had heard from other leaders on the same rostrum earlier in the week. Hezbollah began attacking Israel almost immediately after the Hamas invasion of Israel, and then Israel's starting a war against Hamas. And ongoing fighting between Israel and Hezbollah have driven tens of thousands of people from their homes on both sides of the border. Israel is vowing to step up its attacks on Hezbollah until its citizens can return safely to their homes in northern Israel. Hey, thank you to Cecilia from Norway for your support. Cecilia says this war will truly divide the world and create more extremism. If you want to, you can rewind the speech and you can see that. I bet Reuters has the same picture. I bet they have it up already. Do they have it up already? Let's see. Do they have up the picture already? It's not up on Reuters yet. But there is a picture of Zelensky and Trump. See? Trump vows to end Ukraine war as he meets with Zelensky. There you go. Trump said on Friday he would work with both Russia and Ukraine to end their war, as he stood next to Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky before their meeting in New York. Zelensky said he wants to discuss with Trump his victory plan for Ukraine. Trump praised Zelensky, but he also said he had a solid relationship with Russian President Putin. The Washington Post points out that Trump's meeting with Zelensky is their first meeting since 2019. Zelensky is in the U.S. appealing for more support in his country's fight against Russia. He met with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris already on this trip. The Washington Post says a Trump victory in November would probably herald a shift in the U.S. posture toward the war in Ukraine. While Harris and Biden have sought to show support for Zelensky, Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, have both expressed deep skepticism about aid to Ukraine. Thank you so much to Sue Ellen Peters, who thinks there will be a ground invasion after Netanyahu returns. You never know. There could be. It's certainly possible. Thank you to Trucker Jim for your support. Thank you, Trucker Jim. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Trucker Jim. Trucker Jim thinks after that speech a ground invasion is imminent. Ariel, our viewer, thought it was a strong speech by Netanyahu, full of hope Israel will win. Aspiration for total victory. Thank you, Ariel, for writing in. GJA says so much for Obama's entire failed foreign policy of Iran appeasement. That's what our viewer GJA 1966 wrote. Our viewer Human thought it sounded like Netanyahu was beating the drums of war, could definitely see an invasion soon. Trucker Jim thinks the ground invasion will start World War III. I hope not. Who Cares mentioned that the IDF, as they periodically do, 7 minutes ago, the IDF announced that they were doing attacks on Hezbollah terror targets. They were attacking terror targets of Hezbollah in the southern Lebanon. So the IDF announced 7 minutes ago that they're doing more airstrikes. That's a pretty common thing for them to do over the last several days, that they announce we're carrying out some airstrikes. Sometimes they carry out airstrikes when they haven't made such an announcement. So, but they did say they're doing it. You may see some strikes coming up on this video. I don't know. Brand, our viewer says, Brand's main concerns are Israeli conflicts, Ukraine-Russian war, U.S. elections, and hurricane impact. Thank you, by the way, for the gift membership, JCO96. Thank you, JCO, for the gift membership. Also, thanks so much to Don Datalo. Thanks, Don. Don, thank you. Don was a 20-year Navy veteran. Thank you for your service, Don Datalo. It plays in the office. Hey, thanks, Don. That's so nice of you. I'm glad you are finding the coverage helpful. And thanks again for your service, Don Datalo. And thanks, Debbie James, for the memberships. Thanks so much, Debbie. That's nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. I think I can end the poll. Sorry, I meant to take down that poll. Congressman Jerry Nadler from New York has called on Eric Adams. He's a Democrat, by the way. He has called on Mayor Eric Adams to step down. Says Mayor Adams deserves the right to a due process and can be treated as presumed innocent until proven guilty. However, there are questions of whether the mayor can continue to effectively lead our city as mayor at this time. My belief is that the mayor has lost the ability to effectively lead the city of New York, and therefore he must resign. Thank you to our new member, Mauricio Corbin. Mauricio Corbin, thanks for being a member, Mauricio. Look, you know, when Netanyahu gets back to Israel, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? Will there be a ground invasion? Israel has said publicly the last couple weeks. Netanyahu has said it. All these other officials have said it repeatedly. We are going to make it safe for the people, the tens of thousands of Israelis who have had to leave northern Israel because of the Hezbollah attacks. We're going to make it so they can move back. We're going to push Hezbollah back from the border one way or the other. They have said they're going to do it again and again and again the last couple weeks. It's an official war aim. So what's going to happen? A lot of you think ground invasion. Eileen Finnegan says ground invasion. Thank you also, Boss, Lulu, and more for becoming a member. When does he fly back? Like today? I don't even know. One of our viewers thinks it's a land grab. Paula Thompson thinks it's a land grab. Al Jadid News Lebanon reports that Israel has conducted 4 airstrikes on the Lebanese town of Taiba. Taiba is oops, I don't think I put that in right. Taiba, Lebanon. Taiba is not far from the border. Taiba is right near the border. Hey, thanks, Mauricio Corbin. So nice of you, Mauricio. Thank you, Mauricio Corbin. I really appreciate that. When is does anyone know when I assume he's flying back soon, Netanyahu. Maybe one of the Israeli outlets says. On the front of the Times of Israel website newspaper, the picture is Netanyahu holding the two signs, the curse and the blessing signs. By the way, also, the rockets fired today by Hezbollah caused at least one injury, says Times of Israel, in Tiberias. A 25-year-old Israeli man was moderately wounded after shrapnel from the interception of a rocket hit him. 2 others were lightly hurt while running for shelter. Thanks, Donna Smith, for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Donna Smith. I really appreciate that, Donna. Thank you. Pokemon fan says, Netanyahu said Iran many times. Thank you, Frankie. Frankie thinks they'll do a ground invasion on October 7th. That's what Frankie thinks. Thank you, Frankie, for your support. That October 7th anniversary, the 1-year anniversary, is coming up. October 11th, I think, is Yom Kippur, and October 2nd is Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish high holidays. Is Yom Kippur the 11th? Let's see. It is the 11th. It's night of the 11th. Kan News, which is an Israeli news outlet, says that the cousin of someone who was murdered by Hamas in captivity, so the cousin of a hostage who was murdered by Hamas in captivity, said that Netanyahu did not say the word deal once. There is no hope in this speech. These empty words will not bring abductees home. I do understand that point of view. My guess is that people who prioritize the hostages, reportedly about 70 alive and 30 dead in Hamas, in Gaza, probably were not encouraged by that speech. But I don't want to speak for them, but my guess is that generally they weren't. Thank you. Mauricio Corbin. Hey, thanks. Mauricio Corbin just gave 5 people gift memberships. Thanks so much, Mauricio. So nice of you. Make sure you thank Mauricio if he gave you a gift membership over there on YouTube. What's going on? The camera is moving. The camera is moving. Why is the camera moving? Just to show different angle? Maybe just to show a different angle. Maybe just to do that. This is Tyre, Lebanon, where there have been a number of airstrikes the last several days. Thank you so much to Kathleen Klein for your support. She thinks the actual problem is the Iranian regime's intolerance of the state of Israel. She says we are treating the symptoms, not the problem. Thank you so much, Kathleen Klein. Some people saw a flash. I did not see a flash. They kind of, on the first day of the attack of the Israeli airstrikes, this camera was there, and they were doing incredible work. I mean, there was so many airstrikes that day, and they were courageously, this camera, staying with it and showing everything. But clearly, there were technical improvements made over the course of the last several days. The picture is much better. The lighting is much better. The sound is much better. And it's, I don't know, maybe they used their funds to buy some more equipment. Good for them. Or maybe whoever, the people hiring them gave them stuff or whatever. But it's very noticeable. And I think this is the first day I think I've been able to hear the surf. I mean, I know it was windy, but I also feel like maybe they have some kind of like windscreen on the cameras. I don't know. I feel like it's not just that it's less windy that we weren't hearing the surf before. But clearly it's looking better. Also, yesterday they seemed to be testing some kind of equipment, like doing pans and stuff. So maybe they have some kind of device to help them, move the camera around and make smooth moves, that kind of thing. Maybe some kind of gimbal device or something. But great job to the camera people. I mean, it was even great, even without that stuff, whatever they did to it, they did amazing work on the first day. If you haven't seen it, the first day was so crazy. There were so many airstrikes going on, like all around them, multiple ones. But also, like, there was nobody else there. Like now, clearly there's reporters there. There's another camera I haven't access to from there. But like the first day, you didn't get the sense that anyone else was there. It was just like them with the camera. Gina Pina says, thanks camera crew, very brave. I remember for several days before the airstrikes began, Reuters had this camera shot from Tyre, and I was thinking to myself, like, why are they showing this beach? Like, why do they have this extra shot of a beach? Why don't they go somewhere where, like, stuff will happen? I never thought that the camera you would see so many airstrikes on was the beach camera, because the beach was just going, that camera was just going around all day and seeing all these for hours. Julie says the camera screw was Johnny on the spot. Julie Modine says. I was just like, this camera's going to be useless. Although I will say, when I originally saw the camera shot, it was more, they were originally kind of just showing the beach a lot, so I didn't even know you'd be able to see the city. It actually, this vantage point, they can actually see a lot, because they can turn, they have a very wide angle they can turn on, and nothing is really blocking them. And they can see into the hills. Evelyn in Mainz is a very nice looking city. I would love to visit the Middle East. I'd love to go to Lebanon and Israel. It is a nice looking city. I think Wikipedia, what was it? Wikipedia said one of the oldest continually occupied cities in the world. Continually inhabited, I think. One of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, according to Wikipedia. But, you know, it's crazy when you see this really nice looking beach. Looks like a very popular beach. Clearly there's lots of like beach equipment there and stuff and tables, and I know that tourism is a big part of their economy in the city, and then all of these huge airstrikes going around. Sky News Arabia reports that Israel has conducted airstrikes recently on Taiba, on Kafr Kila, and Markaba in the south of Lebanon. Israel did announce about a half hour ago that they were conducting airstrikes in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon. Thanks to our new member, Qualify This. Thank you for being a member.
تعال شوف هلا فكرت شوي هاي يا نسيم نعم تعال شوف لا لا تعال شوف الزر ايه بابا ما في مشكله انت قولي لي شو بدك خدي معك الدبل
Yeah, I haven't heard anything more about this. One of the viewers mentioned this to me. Who sent this to me? Who was it? Someone sent this to me. Arb. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Houthis will say a lot of things. Houthis say they targeted 3 U.S. destroyers in the Red Sea. They said they fired 23 ballistic and winged missiles and a drone at 3 destroyers in the Red Sea. I haven't heard any reporting about that. I'm guessing you might hear something from the U.S. later if that was if any missiles were fired or drones, which they sometimes do. But I believe, if I'm right, they sometimes exaggerate what they do. So I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. They did fire a missile, I think it was early this morning at Israel, at the Tel Aviv area, which Israel shot down. Oops, sorry. Thank you, Camry. Camry, I would have no time to do that now. Who knows? Maybe one day, Camry. Maybe one day. Thank you so much, Camry. I appreciate that. Sirens. Oh, so, well, yes. So, okay, so, you know, I was saying you might hear something from the U.S. Well, the U.S. already said something about it. So Johnny Ross mentioned to me that Oren Lieberman of CNN said that the U.S. Navy said they intercepted a barrage of Houthi ballistic missiles, drones, and cruise missiles in the Red Sea. It targeted 2 destroyers and an LCS. How many were there? I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't seen any reporting on it. Was it 23? Maybe it was 23. I don't know. So the U.S. did say they did shoot down some missiles and drones targeting U.S. ships. I wonder if there's any reporting on the numbers. Let's see. Thank you, Johnny Ross. There's not much information out there on it that I see. Usually there's an announcement from like U.S. Central Command where they will describe what happened. So maybe we'll get an announcement at some point from U.S. Central Command about the Houthi projectiles, missiles, and drones. Yeah, Who Cares sent me the thing from Oren Lieberman as well. Oren Lieberman from CNN also says, though the Houthis claim to have hit the U.S. warships, the U.S. defense officials say all of the launches were either intercepted or missed, and there was no damage to any ships or injuries to any crew members. These ships were guided missile destroyers and a combat ship.
We have a minute and a half. It's cutting. Mobile. No, mobile. Okay, it's manageable.
Thank you, Navy XDF, for becoming a member. Also, MetaGuide. MetaGuide, I don't have a great sense where everything is here, but in terms of what Tyre Lebanon, where Tyre Lebanon is, here's the map. So here's Israel, here's Lebanon. About 10 miles from the border is Tyre. Tyre sticks out like this on the water, and then the beach that we're looking at is this beach here, Sora Beach, and that's the beach right there. So I don't really know where everything is here. So I would assume that the mountains might be up there. Those mountains there, is that what we're looking at? Because if those are the mountains right there, then that would be... Now I'm all screwed up. But I think that's right around the border area. Yeah, I mean, roughly speaking. So, I mean, there's mountains right here at the border. So, you can see that's the Israeli border right there with where's terrain here? There's the mountains on the border. But Tyre is here. But there's also mountains right here. So I don't know exactly where everything is that we see. But I can tell you that the beach is this beach. That's the beach right here. Oh no, that's not it. It's Sore Beach. It's down here. Sore Beach is right here. So if you want to get a map of where this is, look up SOUR Beach, and that's, you know, right on the coast. There is where the cameras are, where the camera is. So we see this road when they're looking down south at the beach, bending around. It's here, but I can't tell exactly where everything is. Thanks for the question, though, MetaGuide.
Personnel with less anti-tank guided missiles with Hezbollah then. Israel really struggled to get into the Lebanese territories, and that's why this is not going to be something that the Israeli military is going to work with, or going to take the initiative in a conventional way. This is going to be very complicated, and probably that's why we're seeing this.
Thanks also to Marissa Pugliese for the gift membership. Thank you, Miss Marissa Pugliese, for the gift memberships. And also Steph Tones. Thanks for the coffee sticker, Steph Tones. And also KM Alabama RTR.
Towns that are directly on the borderline. And at the same time, Hezbollah's attack on one of the
KM Alabama RTR. Thank you.
with artillery. This was a signaling from Hezbollah that they are still on the border and they are prepared for any invasion, just in case there's an invasion.
Yeah, and regarding when you see these airstrikes, I have no idea like where here. You know, there's all these, the beaches here that the camera's on, but what part of these areas these various airstrikes are in and how far you can see, I do not know. I don't know. What you're hearing in the background is there's a reporter who is standing near the camera, and I think he periodically does live interviews with whatever network he's working for. So you're hearing him do a live appearance. I like that reporter, actually. I think he's good. Flooding in Asheville, North Carolina. The North Carolina Department of Transportation says this is on a bridge looking down at US 74 highway. Don't go out today, it's not safe. That is the highway, but it's flooded. Oops, sorry. I was going to listen in one of the Rutherford County Sheriff.
What's going on at Lake Louisville? You copying, fellas?
You're breaking in and out.
This is a North Carolina scanner I have on right now. Rutherford, North Carolina. Let me just see what's going on there.
708-70414.
Again, Rutherford County, North Carolina. They've been getting a lot of flooding in western North Carolina.
2610 to Ian.
Go ahead.
Medic 10. Respond to breathing problems. Fail to response. At 1:16, Richmond Court.
I just want to take a couple minutes and just hear what they're talking about in the scanner.
Problems Delta response. At 1:16, Richmond Court. In Spindale. Cross streets are Grand Central Street.
Central 50s and out.
All right, 5-0. Can you copy me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
4.
Okay, yeah, they're out of the truck at Flynn Road right now at 619.
1100, all local units on 14. Just information purposes only. Transmission line going to Lake Louis is dead. Power is dead.
10-4, 1100, thank you.
2620 to EOC. We're having to go around because Flynn Road is blocked the way we tried to get in, so we're going to have to go around and come in the other way.
And guys, what's y'all status?
Buncombe County from Stanley County statewide call.
We are riding a loader to a house right now.
They said they're riding a loader
where's
to
that
a
house
house.
at? Just trying to keep track.
Should be about 300 block of Island Creek Road.
To our other Google spreadsheet calls for you. Is there any way I can get it to you? Otherwise, I can give them to you every 5 minutes on the statewide.
Okay.
Hey, I want to show you guys
Okay, go
something.
ahead.
Hold on. Speaking of that, look what Joe Truzman said. So remember when I saw that report of the Houthis where they said they fired like 20-something missiles and drones at U.S. ships, and I said, well, they have a tend to exaggerate, right? But then, there's a reporter from CNN who says, well, the military is saying that they did shoot down some sort of barrage of missiles and drones. So look what Joe Truzman said. Joe is an expert on the Middle East. And he said the Houthis claimed responsibility for the attack. And initially, he says, I was skeptical due to previous instances of exaggerated statements by the Houthis. However, this time there's truth to the attack. Again, I don't know how many it was. They are known to exaggerate what they say, what they did. But there is what Joe says.
Every 40 calls for you. Can you?
I'm just checking the scanner.
Keep the radio switch over to VHF TAC 5.
They have a TAC channel too, so the TAC channel is when I think when they talk about like the specific missions they go on and stuff. But I was just trying to get a sense from the scanner of how bad this flooding was there in Rutherford County, North Carolina.
Halifax to Mitchell County.
Go ahead, Halifax.
Hello, I have a Bravo response from unknown problem via 4478 Bills Creek Road, Creek and Cove Road.
I'm gonna turn that off, scanner, for now. You can find that at broadcastify.com. I wanted to check in, see what was happening. One of our viewers said, where is it here? What did our viewer say? Our viewer Jacques Macarian said, I am currently in Debeya, Lebanon, and just heard 6 booms. So, Israel did say about 45 minutes or an hour ago, I believe, that they are carrying out strikes in southern Lebanon. So I can't confirm Jacques is there. I have no reason to think Jacques is lying. But I hope you stay safe, Jacques. But there might be very well more airstrikes being carried out. But they did announce, the IDF, that they were carrying out more strikes in southern Lebanon. They said that when? They posted that at 44 minutes ago. They said they are carrying out more attacks in southern Lebanon on Hezbollah targets. Justin Woodward says Tyre is connected to the land because Alexander the Great sieged it and his engineers connected it. It used to be an island. A couple of viewers have mentioned that today. I haven't double-checked the history of Tyre to confirm it, but that's interesting. There's an article from Amusing Planet, how Alexander turned the island of Tyre into a peninsula. Wikipedia in the Siege of Tyre article says Tyre was on an island. Wikipedia said the Tyre was on both. Part of it was on the Mediterranean coast and part of it was on an island. Interesting. Thanks for writing in, Justin. Faytux News says there was an explosion in Beirut. Heard? Hold on. Hold on. Explosion in Beirut. Breaking news. Breaking news. Explosion in Beirut. Breaking news. Breaking news. Explosion in Beirut. Look at this, guys. Breaking news. That is Beirut. You are looking at Beirut. You are looking at Beirut. Explosion in Beirut. Breaking news. Thank you to New York City people for messaging me the Faytux News message about that. Breaking news. Big explosion. Is this another targeted strike? Breaking news. There it is. I will rewind and show you when it happened. I will get the clip for you. I will get the clip and show you. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. I will get the clip and show you. Oh, I can't because Reuters literally just put this up. No joke. They just started covering it, Reuters. I think they just started covering it when the explosion happened. So I don't even think I can get you the start of it because I was like, oh, I missed it. But no, they really just put this video up, Reuters, right now. So I don't even think I have the start of this. Wow, what was this? That seems pretty big. Breaking news. Oops, it shouldn't say larger, it should just say large explosion. Well, I will fix my typo. What was that? What was that? Breaking news. I am seeing a report. Ali Hashem with Al Jazeera says huge airstrike reported in Beirut southern suburb. The southern suburbs are where a number of these targeted attacks have been on Hezbollah, higher ups, officials, commanders. Reina Abu Zaid, who is a journalist, says huge airstrike in Beirut, terrifying protracted boom, the loudest I've recently heard in the Lebanese capital. The video is not frozen. You can see the cars on the bottom of the video. Look at the cars right now. The cars are moving. I don't know if you guys can see that, but there are cars moving. You can see the cars on the bottom moving. The video is not frozen. Wow. Major strike. A major airstrike, apparently. Well, looks like a strike. Yeah, I'm seeing it reported as, I will post some other photos in the chat. I am seeing it reported as an airstrike. LBCI Lebanon says Israeli airstrike hits Beirut southern suburbs. Could it have been a secondary explosion? Al Jadid says it was a series of airstrikes causing in Beirut's southern suburb. Wow. I'll try to get what I can from the video. Again, the video had just, when I went to the video, it had really kind of just started. What was it? What was hit? What was targeted? Do we have another day with another Beirut southern suburb targeted strike by Israel on some sort of Hezbollah commander or leader or something? I don't know. Wow. That was, now I don't know if it's because of where it was, but the one yesterday was this little, with this little smoke puff on the camera. This was this giant cloud. One of our viewers, Crowned Eagle, thinks it was an ammo stockpile. Oh, Sky News Arabia says 10 Israeli airstrikes targeted the southern suburb of Beirut. Oh, it's another shot. They switched camera angles. They switched the camera angle here. Look at this. Wow. I didn't even do that. They did that. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. The IDF spokesperson, the Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson, will be making a statement in a few minutes. That's according to Joe Truzman, who I follow, who's a Middle East expert. IDF spokesperson will be making a statement in a few minutes. Seems like a targeted strike of some sort. Possibly. The videos of this are enormous, show enormous explosion. There's the other angle there. Look at that. Wow. Oh. This is interesting. Khan News says, Khan News Israel says, in the background of the reports of an airstrike airstrike in Beirut, Netanyahu interrupted a briefing for reporters in New York after a briefing from the military secretary. That's what Khan News says. So they say he was talking to reporters in New York and that got interrupted by some sort of information he was given. Oh, listen to this, guys. Listen to this. Yanir Kozin of Glatz, GLZ Radio says, during a briefing with journalists at the United Nations in New York at the time of the events in Dahaya, i.e. the airstrike in Beirut suburb, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, left the room after a few whispers in his ear from the military secretary. How about that? That reporting is from Yanir Kozin with GLZ Radio. Seems like maybe something important. Let me show you guys the video I have from earlier. Let me show you the video from earlier. This was moments ago. Yeah, I really caught it right as the video started. That big cloud is still there. What happened there? What happened in this southern suburb of Beirut where there have been a number of targeted Israeli strikes already the last few days? Here is the moments ago video I'm going to show you. One moment, please. One moment, please. That's a few minutes ago. There. Oops. That's what it looked like in the about 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. And that is a live that's not a live shot, but it's not frozen. That's from about 10 minutes ago, but it's not frozen. That's what it looked like right there. Okay? So let me go to the live shot now. There is the live shot. That is live. Aiden Fraser says, looks much larger than other airstrikes. I am seeing some reports that this was multiple strikes. Hold on a second. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Guys, we have breaking news. Big breaking news. Here you go. Breaking news. The Israeli Air Force says the IDF recently attacked the central headquarters of terrorist organization Hezbollah, which is located under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahiyya in Beirut. At this time, there is no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. We will update any changes immediately on the official platforms of the Home Front Command. The IDF attacks, Israel attacks the central headquarters of Hezbollah. Breaking news. Which they say was located under residential buildings in this southern suburb. Wow. Big breaking news. Who was there? This is right after, this came shortly after Netanyahu's speech. Shortly after Netanyahu's speech. Coincidence? I have no idea. Some people are asking about Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Wow. I don't know. Again, they say they attacked the central headquarters of Hezbollah, located under residential buildings in the heart of the suburb Da'aheh, I'm sorry, I pronounced that wrong, in Beirut. And they say for now, there's no change in what kind of safety measures you need to take in Israel. But that could change. This is a huge, huge news now. You're hearing sirens. Wow, guys, Israel has attacked the central headquarters of Hezbollah. It looks like airstrikes, multiple airstrikes. They said that the headquarters was located under residential buildings in the heart of the Da'aheh suburb of Beirut. Dahiyya. It's also Dahiyya. Dahiyya is a suburb in the south of Beirut. Wikipedia has it as Dahiyya. Wow. What has happened here? What has happened? Huge news. Huge news. WKM says Dahiyya means suburb in Arabic. This is huge news. Oh my gosh, these pictures are crazy. I just saw a crazy video. I just saw a crazy video of these strikes, guys. Unbelievable. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to play it. It's crazy video. I'm going to post it in the chat. Hold on. This video is crazy. Unbelievable video. Unbelievable video. Guys, I just posted in the chat by Itay Blumenthal. This video is crazy. It's like multiple big columns of smoke going up, huge explosions all at once. It's crazy video. Sorry, I keep thinking I'm muting it. I tried to mute it. Stop playing. Stop playing. It's playing automatically. This video is crazy. It's unbelievable video. It's huge columns of smoke, multiple ones, multiple. Yes, shock and awe it looks like. It's crazy. I'll post it again. It's just crazy. I posted it on my... No, I don't own the rights to it. I can't play it. I just posted it again in the chat. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. This was an enormous strike. Is that different smoke? I don't even know. But this was an enormous strike with multiple hits, multiple huge explosions in Beirut suburb. Huge, enormous, enormous. I'm going to post the video, the link to the video is on my X account. Go to my X account. I posted it there. It's from Itay Blumenthal. My X account is @Lookner. You can just see it there. It's right there. It's unbelievable. I know I keep saying unbelievable, but it really is unbelievable. It's just crazy. It's a crazy video, and I'm watching it without the sound on because I don't want to blow out your ears. It is just crazy. I need to watch it on my phone or something because I don't want to blow your guys' ears out, but I haven't even watched it with the sound. It's so crazy, it's crazy without the sound. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you do hear screams during it. Wow. Lots of screams during it. Wow, just insane. What an insane video. I'll keep posting the link, but it is really insane. Breaking news, Israel has attacked the central headquarters of Hezbollah in a southern suburb of Beirut. A video that I have seen from Itay Blumenthal, who is with Khan News Israel, shows huge multiple airstrikes. And Israel said that this command center was located under residential buildings. Did Israel tell the residential buildings to evacuate beforehand? I don't know. But I have to imagine that these residential buildings are destroyed. This is just unbelievable. I might have some more live videos soon, but just crazy. Who was there? Wow. Huge news. As soon as I get another video, if I get one, I'll let you know. Amir Bobat, who I follow with Walla News, says this is one of the most massive attacks in Beirut since 2006. The extent of mushrooms of smoke rising from the buildings, the intensity of the attack, the degree of determination to strike. Has Nasrallah been eliminated? That's what he said. Oh, I got another video of destruction coming up. Hold on. What is this one? From N12 News. It's hard to see. I'm going to post a link to another video in the chat from N12 News. Hold on. If you're just joining us, Israel has carried out a truly massive attack on multiple buildings in a suburb of Beirut, and they said they have attacked the central headquarters of Hezbollah, which was located under multiple residential buildings, and the video of it is just unreal. The video's on my X account. I will post a link to it again in the chat, but it is unreal. Breaking news! Breaking news! Huge breaking news! Trey Yingst from Fox News says Fox News has learned the target of the strike on Beirut was Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Breaking news! Breaking news! Trey Yingst says Fox News has learned the target of the strike on Beirut was the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Unbelievable. Did they get him? I have no idea. Unbelievable. I'm going to put the supplemental news ticker up. Wow. Wow. Hang on a moment. Hang on. Huge news, just huge news. This is enormous news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says a security source tells Reuters that Hezbollah's top officials are usually gathered at the site that was targeted by the Israeli Air Force. Again, a security source tells Reuters that Hezbollah's top officials are usually gathered at this site. This was an enormous attack, multiple huge columns of smoke. This was an enormous, enormous raid. Enormous airstrike. N12 News reports the IDF is investigating whether Nasrallah was killed. Big breaking news. Huge breaking news. Guys, do me a favor. Hang on one moment ago. Hang on one sec here. I really need to take my contacts out and put my glasses in because we've been on the air for a while. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm disappearing for 1 minute. No joke. 1 minute. I'll be right back. I gotta fix the headline. Then I'll come back. Let me fix the headline. But give me 1 minute. I'm gonna take out my contacts or put on my glasses. All right, we are back. To catch you up, Israel has conducted a massive airstrike, a massive multiple airstrike operation in a suburb of Beirut. Huge explosions. Israel says they have attacked the central headquarters of Hezbollah, which was located under residential buildings. And Fox News is reporting that the target of the attack was the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. Huge breaking news. And another report says that this is where the top people in Hezbollah would normally be. So we are waiting to find out what happened, but just an enormous attack. And I will post a link again to a video of the attack, which is just crazy. I don't own the rights to it, but I will post the link again to the video in the chat. But this was a truly massive attack. Multiple airstrikes, enormous. And what has Israel, killed the decades-long leader of Hezbollah? And if they have, where does that leave things? Oh, I have a video. I have a video. Breaking news. I have a video. I have a video from the spokesperson. I have a video from the Israeli spokesperson. Hang on a moment. I'm going to play the video from the Israeli spokesperson right now. Here it is. The video from the Israeli spokesperson. Let me put this up on the screen. I'm going to turn the volume down here. Israeli military spokesperson video in English right now.
Moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields. On October 8th, Hezbollah started attacking Israel. After almost a year of Hezbollah firing rockets, missiles, and suicide drones at Israeli civilians, after almost a year of Israel warning the world and telling them that Hezbollah must be stopped, Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border, taking the necessary action to protect our people so that Israeli families can leave their homes safely and securely.
The video only plays on one side. I am sorry, that is not my fault. The audio is messed up on the video. The audio is messed up on the video. I could hear it. Hopefully you could hear it. I could hear it in one ear, I could hear it. But the audio is messed up on the video. Which normally it is not. Okay. Yeah, people said they heard it. A lot of people said they heard it. Okay. Again, there you go. All right. People said they could hear. All right, let's turn the audio back on the... Do you want me to play it one more time? It's 1 minute long. I'm going to play it one more time. One more time. It's 1 minute long. Why not play it again?
Moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields. On October 8th, Hezbollah started attacking Israel. After almost a year of Hezbollah firing rockets, missiles, and suicide drones at Israeli civilians, after almost a year of Israel warning the world and telling them that Hezbollah must be stopped, Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border, taking the necessary action to protect our people so that Israeli families can leave their homes safely and securely.
All right, there is your announcement from the Israeli military. Wow. Wow. All right, let me try to get you some updates here. Huge, huge, huge news. Huge, huge news. How is Hezbollah going to react to this? How is Iran going to react to this? Wow. Have they killed Nasrallah? Has Nasrallah been taken out? I do not know. I do not know. Oh, hang on a second. I am seeing some videos start to come out. Some more videos of destruction start to come out. Let me just see what I see. Hold on, guys. Hold on, hold on. I have an aftermath photo. I have an aftermath photo that shows just piles of rubble. I am going to be posting stuff in the chat. I will post stuff on my X account @Lookner. I can't steal the photos and steal the videos, but there's a photo that just shows piles of buildings which have been turned into rubble. Buildings have been turned into rubble. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. Oh, I would not be surprised if some civilians died in this. I mean, I don't know, but Israel said they're residential buildings. I would not be surprised. News Israel 13 journalist says the target was also a journalist with News Israel 13, Nira Kraus, also says the target was Nasrallah. So again, multiple reports say the target was the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. I am seeing some reports that maybe 6. Breaking news. Manny Fabian reports. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says a security source, a source close to Hezbollah, tells AFP that the strike flattened 6 buildings. I have seen a couple reports saying that it flattened 6 buildings. I am posting some photos and videos on my X account. If you want to see, go to my X account to see the original video. I'll post a link of my X account. My X account is here. @Lookner. Go there. I posted some photos and some videos there. @Lookner on X. The video is crazy, but I am seeing unconfirmed report of 6 buildings flattened. Flattened. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. I got to check a couple things. Al Arabiya is claiming that Hassan Nasrallah survived. Now, I don't know where they're getting that information. That is an Arabic language news outlet. Al Arabiya is claiming that Hassan Nasrallah survived. I have no idea about that. I am trying to get you more information here. I am checking Israeli sources. Oh my gosh, there's like a video of the destruction on the ground. I am posting a video of destruction on the ground. I am posting a video. It's like sort of like, it's a little bit, I don't want to say 9/11-y, but it's just like giant piles of rubble. Just masses of rubble in between. It's like a number of buildings have been taken down in the middle of other buildings. And just, I just posted the link to the video, but just, and I posted on my X account, but just giant piles of rubble. Thanks, Ty Shoes. Ty says the airstrikes almost looked like demolition explosions. I am seeing another video here. Hold on. I have another video that Nadav Eyal just posted. It is like an apocalyptic scene. It's just an apocalyptic scene of destruction. Okay, I need to switch my headphones. I'm just switching my headphones, guys. Hang on, I'm switching my headphones. I gotta switch. Oh, I gotta grab my other ones. Give me a second, I gotta grab my other headphones now. Hold on. Hang on. Are we here? All right, I'm gonna disappear for 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. A truly enormous airstrike attack by Israel on the headquarters of Hezbollah. It's a picture of devastation after. Trying to get you more updates here. Give me a moment. Let me just look at a bunch of different sources. And again, go to my X account if you want. I have posted. Oh wow, another video of the aftermath. Unbelievable. Hang on a moment here. Michael Horowitz just posted a video. Hold on a second, guys. Hang on. Michael Horowitz just posted a video of like, there's a one of like a car that's like half buried in the ground, and he says cracks in several areas suggest an underground structure was targeted / use of a bunker buster. If you want to see a summary of some of the videos and photos, go to my X account, which is @Lookner. But we're hearing reports of 6 or maybe more buildings just flattened, piles of rubble, devastation. I'm going to actually pin my X account to the chat so people know where to go. If it'll actually post. All right, I'm just pinning it so people know where to go. Pin this message. All right. Thank you, Kay. Yeah, Kay, could you just put in there, please, Kay, that I'll post photos and videos on my X account too. Go to my X account. It's pinned in the chat. You can see the photos and videos, some of them. They're crazy. They're really crazy. Did they get Nasrallah? We do not know. Did they get any other leaders of Hezbollah? We don't know. But this was a truly massive, massive attack. Devastating. Hold on. Barak Ravid also says Nasrallah was the target of the attack. I will post we saw it, we watched it twice, but I am also reposting the video from the IDF, the 1-minute announcement about it. Really quick, just so you can see it. Just so you can see it one more time. Let me just show you this one more time, guys. Why is it not playing? Oh, it's muted.
Carried out moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields. On October 8th, Hezbollah started attacking Israel. After almost a year of Hezbollah firing rockets, missiles, and suicide drones at Israeli civilians, after almost a year of Israel warning the world and telling them that Hezbollah must be stopped, Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border, taking the necessary action to protect our people so that Israeli families can leave their homes safely and securely.
Trying to get you more information. I have pinned my X account to the chat. You can go there and see a bunch of videos. The video of the actual attack that's floating around is just crazy. The videos of the aftermath are nuts. It's just this, this devastation of rubble, smoking and firing rubble and fiery rubble. It is a devastation. And it's just an enormous, enormous attack. I am looking at some more videos right now. I will post them when I see them. But it's just devastation. It is just devastation. What is this? Sorry, I'm just... Hang on. Oh, Reina Abu Zaid, a journalist, says that Al-Manar TV, Hezbollah's Al-Manar TV says around 8 buildings were hit and most leveled. Reina Abu Zaid, journalist, says this is a residential area. Casualties will likely be large. So, look, it seems like it's possible that 6 or 8 or more residential buildings, maybe with people inside them, were just collapsed to get at the headquarters underneath. I mean, I can't confirm that, but Israel themselves said these were residential buildings. Al Mayadeen, guys, Al Mayadeen channel, which is an Arabic language news outlet, which I think is located in Lebanon. They are showing a live stream on YouTube, and they're showing people digging through the rubble, trying to dig through the rubble, this enormous pile of rubble. Al Mayadeen is a Lebanese news channel. And look, I don't, this is not 9/11, and I'm not trying to make an exact comparison, but when I see the videos I'm seeing, it makes me think of 9/11. I just saw a video of like just some people, a guy with like a hard hat, like climbing on this giant pile of rubble. It is enormous devastation. Al Mayadeen, you can look them up, Almayadeeen on YouTube. It is an Arabic language, a Lebanese news outlet, and they're showing some footage. But unbelievable. Yes, AFP says a source close to Hezbollah says the massive Israeli strikes leveled 6 buildings. This is unbelievable. The videos are just crazy, and the photos. I mean, there's not that many of them. I haven't seen that many of them. I'm kind of seeing the same ones again and again, but again, I posted the link to my X account. Go there, just scroll down and you'll see them. But, wow. We're hearing sirens on the live shot. We're hearing sirens on this live shot. I don't have another live shot for you. And honestly, I think normally between AFP and Reuters, I think normally there'd be a live shot. But it's so devastating, it's probably hard to get like a camera in there. I mean, it's just such a scene of devastation. Reportedly, 6 buildings were just demolished. Amani Fabian of Times of Israel says Israel is checking if the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was at the terror group's headquarters in Beirut. Israel calls it terror group. Was at the headquarters in Beirut when it was struck by the Israeli Air Force. Sources tell Israeli media. There are multiple reports saying Nasrallah was the target. A Lebanese security source told Reuters that Hezbollah's top officials are usually gathered at the site that was targeted. And just so you know, Hassan Nasrallah has been the leader of Hezbollah since 1992. The leader of Hezbollah since 1992. N12 News reports that Israel informed the U.S. minutes before the attack. N12 News Israel says Israel informed the U.S. minutes before the attack. That's according to N12 News Israel. You are hearing sirens in the distance. This was enormous. Reportedly 6 buildings taken down, devastated. Aurora Intel says bunker busters were clearly used. Governor Kemp confirmed that 11 Georgians died as a result of Hurricane Helene. I'm just passing that along. WSB-TV reports that Governor Kemp of Georgia confirms that 11 Georgians died as a result of Hurricane Helene. That's sad news. I don't have the details with me right now. I'm just passing that along. Trying to get you more information on this. We are covering huge breaking news. Israel has carried out an enormous airstrike attack on the central headquarters of Hezbollah in a densely populated suburb of Beirut. Reportedly, 6 buildings have been just flattened. The video of the attack, I posted it on my X, is just enormous columns of smoke coming up after it looks like huge explosions. And the pictures after are just giant piles of rubble, devastation. And these were residential buildings, and Israel says the headquarters was under the residential buildings. So it looks like Israel took out the residential buildings to get at underneath them. Multiple reports say the target was Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Yes, I am. Al Jadid News in Lebanon also says 6 buildings were leveled. 6 buildings were leveled. It is truly scenes of devastation. Sky News Arabia says there are conflicting reports about whether Hassan Nasrallah was killed in the attack. Wow. Barak Ravid also says Israeli officials says Israel notified the U.S. minutes before the strike. Minutes before the strike. And this was shortly after Netanyahu spoke at the UN. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm just trying to get you more reports, guys, getting you updates, trying to do my best here, getting you updates. If you haven't seen it, go to my X account. The link is in the chat. You just scroll down and you'll see a bunch of photos and videos. They're just crazy. I'll just throw a couple links in the chat of stuff that a lot of you have already seen, but I'll just post it anyway. Just to show, just in case people want to click on it, but it's unreal. Guys, as soon as I have more stuff to show you, I will show it to you. It's very possible that there were just an enormous number of civilian casualties in this attack. It's very possible. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that Israel would have notified people in the buildings. That doesn't make sense. If Israel said this was the central headquarters of Hezbollah, I cannot imagine that Israel would say to people in the buildings, hey, just so you know, you might want to get out now. That did not happen. There's no way, if this was the central headquarters of Hezbollah, that they were giving people a heads up in the buildings. It just no way that happened. So whoever was there was there. It's interesting though, people are just waiting for more information right now. They're just waiting. And again, on Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese news channel, they are running a live stream on YouTube, Al Mayadeen in Arabic. They're just showing like people that look so small, like responders just sort of helplessly climbing on top of giant pile of rubble, you know, that's like sloped. But I mean, like, what can they even do on this giant pile of rubble? Just unbelievable. Thanks to all of our mods who are here. I really appreciate it. Al-Manar, which I think is a Hezbollah affiliated, yes, Hezbollah affiliated station Al-Manar TV reports that extinguishing the fires continues and many injured people have been transferred from the site of the attack. That is what Al-Manar says. Al-Manar is claiming 4 buildings. Other sources are saying 6 buildings. Sky News is claiming something. Hold on a second. Hang on. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of poorly sourced reports claiming that Nasrallah is okay. We just don't know right now. We just don't know right now if Hassan Nasrallah was there. There's no statement yet from Hezbollah. I will let you know as soon as I see one. These and the columns of smoke were just enormous. Oh, Iran's, hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Give me a moment. Iran's Tasnim news agency is claiming, this is weird. Iran's Tasnim news agency is claiming that Hezbollah sources are saying to them that Nasrallah is in a safe place. Let me say this again. Iran's Tasnim news agency is claiming that Hezbollah sources are telling them that Nasrallah is in a safe place. I don't know about that. It's an Iranian news agency. It's saying Hezbollah sources. It's not officially announced. Could be true, but that's not a very strongly sourced claim at this point. So I'm gonna, wait further on this. I will say Faytuck's News, I think, makes a good point. Faytuck's News says he thinks that Israel would not flatten like 6 buildings if they didn't have really good information that Nasrallah was there. The point, that doesn't mean he was there, but the point is like, this is an enormous attack, not just in terms of the size of the attack, but like it brought down reportedly 6 residential buildings. And the headquarters was not in the buildings, it was under the buildings. So it's the kind of thing where like, if you're going to, it's like a huge deal to like carry out this kind of attack, obviously. So you're going to want to have good intelligence about what you're doing. But I don't know, That's not to justify it one way or the other, but I do think that's a fair point by Faytucks. Yeah, I'm seeing all kinds of just unreliable. At some point, I think we're going to hear it from Israel. That maybe we might have to wait till Israel announces it to get a firm answer on whether Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, has been killed in this strike. Lebanon's Khan News says Lebanon's MTV news channel, it's called MTV, says an announcement from Hezbollah is expected soon. Yeah, I just at this point I don't know what to believe about various reports. So we're really just at wait and see territory right now. I believe N12 News is saying there were bunker buster bombs used, if I'm seeing the translation correctly. A bunker buster, says Wikipedia, is a type of munition that is designed to penetrate hardened targets or targets buried deep underground, such as military something or other, such as military bunkers. I would think that if this was really Hezbollah central headquarters, that it might have been fortified. If you're just joining us, Israel has carried out an enormous series of airstrike attack on a densely populated suburb of Beirut, an urban area, reportedly has brought down 6 residential buildings, and Israel says that under the buildings were the central headquarters of Hezbollah. And online footage shows just a devastating attack, utter devastation after, just giant piles of smoking, flaming rubble. These buildings just looked like where they were flattened, and multiple buildings, and we do not know if Hassan Nasrallah was there. AFP says, AFP has a report, do with this what you will. AFP says, source close to Hezbollah says group's leader Nasrallah is fine after Israel TV network say he was the target of strikes. Is he fine? I don't know. But source close to Hezbollah says group's leader Nasrallah is fine after Israel TV network say he was the target of attacks. Fox News network also said that as well. Thomas Williams says proof of life required. This was an enormous attack. If you want to see photos and videos, I have linked my X account at the top of the chat. The video of the initial attack is crazy, with the huge columns of smoke coming up and loud booms, people screaming. The whole thing is just crazy. Game Slayer thinks ceasefire is out the window. Yeah, no one really knows right now whether he was there. And aside from him, whether or not Nasrallah was there, who else was there? If this was the headquarters, I would assume a lot of people might be there. So who else was there? Sky News Arabia, well, that's not really anything. I want to get the original source on this. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. There is an image floating around of Netanyahu. There's like an official picture of Netanyahu approving the operation. From Itay Blumenthal. I just posted the link to it in the chat. Hearing sirens.